Greetings. Well, I guess I'll get right into it. I guess not that this is a big deal, really, but just came to my attention in a way that was most direct when I knew this was going on for quite a while, quite a number of years. And I mean, it's not, but the way it was done this time by the Joe Biden ad that's showing on my screen there, is I'm going to read it. It's in the Facebook page. Folks, we saw in 2016 what can happen when social media platforms like Facebook are left unchecked and allow disinformation to run rampant. It puts the very integrity of our elections at risk. We simply cannot let it happen again in 2020. It's time to stop the spread of viral information and blatant attempts of voter suppression. If you agree with me, add your name to demand that Facebook be held accountable, threatening our democracy. So the key words here, and then it says Facebook must be held accountable, and gives you a sign on and a sign up for that. In other words, this is like the equivalent of the brown shirts. Okay, it's almost like a repeat of the Democratic Socialists taking over the government from what was it at that time? Still a king? I think I forgot the name of the family that was. I'm not saying that this means that the Democrats are Hitler's people. No, but I'm just talking about the. I'm saying that history repeats itself because the same souls that are the remnant, or not the remnant, the renegades against the next level, they're still here. And they still want the same things that they wanted during those wars in the beginning of the 1900s. And so there's no accident that the same thing is being duplicated, because every time they don't get their way, they keep on trying. They want world domination. Now, I think Hitler was willing to settle for, carving up the world in three parts. That's why the Trilateral Commission came about, my understanding of that. Now, maybe I'm wrong about my understanding of that, but or maybe it was much more than that, and that was one thing that was highlighted. But that's because the same people that are in the lateral segment of the globe that's called North America and South America, what I understood is that Hitler was fine with that being the United States territory, and that Japan would have Asia. But Japan wasn't nearly the power it would need to be to have taken over that whole area. Neither was Hitler, and neither is the United States, frankly. Greetings, Jeff. And but I mean, the whole time the New World Order was forming the whole time. Right from the League of Nations after World War I, and then World War II, and this is all like, I believe, stages in the trumpet sounding of the seven angels with trumpets. Each of these. This was a very hard section for me to try to figure out, because I was trying to attach timelines to everything, and I was trying to be very detailed, and I wanted to look for all the patterns and everything, and I kept on being shown, and I wasted a lot of time. I wasted weeks at a time, many weeks, with timelines, and and trying to figure out if it was falling on the sevens or the tens, and it actually falls on both. And Book of Daniel talks about that. But so So anyway, so these same souls, these renegades, are back, and they've been back, and they're falling again. They already fell, who knows how many times in the past. I don't know exactly when they broke instructions and started to influence humans, but so the key is here is like with all book burnings in the past, which all the big tyrannical governments end up trying to wipe out the history of the people that they're conquering. Okay, so now the people that they're conquering are spread out throughout the world. Okay, and I believe, and so what they're going after is the religious, they consider themselves the spiritual, and they are, because they're in league with the top discarnate humans on the planet that died before them, and all those strains of spirits, and the space aliens that have been shaping them for thousands and thousands of years, and with kind of breaks in between, I guess, whenever the next level decided that they didn't want their influence on the human kingdom to be too much in certain places or whatever, however they decided to do that, to regulate it so that they wouldn't have total control too quickly. I don't know if they'll ever get total control, but they're certainly trying. And there's another document that I wanted to post on that score, actually. But let me finish with this Joe Biden post, because what he's saying is that it's not I need to tell anybody what he's saying, but some people can't really see the screen. But and I'm sharing my thoughts on it for whatever it's worth. And so he's claiming here that Facebook in 2016 was left unchecked and allowed disinformation to run rampant. Well, that's not exactly the way I remember it. I was here 2016, and there was a little bit. I mean, there was a lot, but it was a lot only in comparison to some stupid number. I think it was in the thousands of posts. Where how many posts there are every day? There's probably millions of posts every day. So in the sea of, I never saw any of the fake Russians that were trying to get me to vote for Trump. I couldn't have cared less. I didn't like Trump one iota. I like him more now than I did originally, even though I don't like him at all. I mean, I like something about him that I don't see in Obama. I didn't see it in George W. Bush. I didn't see it in the Clintons. Maybe it's just his rogue bull approach is still refreshing. I get a chuckle out of when he throws these things out, says these things, and then people get all up in arms about it, and they make it into a big conspiracy, and sometimes I think he's just like joking. and he doesn't care. And they're crude jokes, of course. He's making fun of handicapped people, and he's making fun of, the way somebody eats pancakes. That was in the Democratic National Convention. He's just eats it like a barbarian or something like that. Who knows? Maybe the guy does do it that way. Maybe he does have a certain refinement to some of the things about him, even though he's a bull in a china shop. The way he talks. And anyway, I'm not like a pro-Trump, and I don't think it makes any difference who we vote for, because one way or the other, this is going to go the way that even Trump might agree. Trump gave somebody an indication that I heard on Clyde's radio broadcast. I forgot his last name. Ground Zero is the name of the broadcast on radio, AM radio. But it said that, or maybe I heard it from coast to coast because I listen to that too. But it said that Trump said something about that he was going away. But he's not trying to go away politically. He's out there, at least acting like he's running for office again, right? So going away might mean that he knows that he's not going to win. And, or that the whole election is going to be, I don't know, there's some way they're going to get rid of him. Either that or just make him be a puppet, because otherwise they might threaten his family and who knows who else, because he doesn't have control. When, just the other day I saw Air Force One had some drones in its space. So if you can get a drone to Air Force One, then you can shoot it down. You can go right into the engine, potentially, and make one of those engines can totally fail. Or who knows what kind of devices they can put on those, to knock out the communications, with like a laser beam or something. So, see, now that would happen to Obama too. That's why I think that he didn't push for more reforms. Because I think he did want to push for some more reforms, for some better circumstances for people. To a degree. I mean, but he also doesn't necessarily see the full picture. Just because somebody gets to be big and intelligent and able to speak well and able to be a manager, that doesn't necessarily mean that they have common sense about some things. It seems like they all have common sense that there's something that they're calling a God, but I don't know what they really believe about that. But they talk in terms of, they use that word, of course they don't want to turn people off to make them look like they're godless when they actually mostly are. Because if you're not actually living by what that word represents in behaviors and ways, to the best of your ability, or working on it, getting it to the best of your ability, and not drawing a line on where you're gonna put your compromises, so that you're not actually stealing from anybody or killing anybody, or having incest with your family, or being really promiscuous, which is what T said that the next level was trying to help work them out of by giving them some rules to live by. And the rules were serious, that you would die, but it didn't mean that they were going to kill you in the camp. I mean, there was one instance where they said that that happened, and I don't know if that was true or not. But it could have been true. And if it was true, you know, it was that the next level was choosing to accelerate that vehicle to be an example. And the next level can do that because the next level owns everybody. Literally. T and Do said this. Or Do, I never heard T say it like that, but Do said it. It's in the documentation in Beyond Human series or other places. So we see the so where is the disinformation that's running rampant? What does that mean? Unchecked. What's left unchecked? They have fact checkers, and they keep on seeming to delete the videos from Robert F. Kennedy Jr., even though they do run for a little while. So maybe that's their compromise. They let them run for a little while, which is fine because that gives the people, all the people that are attached to them, gives them that information. And that means that the people that are going to find out about that are not going to be exposed to it as much, like in the Facebook feeds of the videos that have been posted. And so and you know, this may actually, this little thing here that I'm still looking at, that for all I know, that might be misinformation. That might have been, you know, created by somebody that's, you know, posing as Biden Victory Fund, so that he would, you know, it's interesting that he's coming out against Facebook. Maybe because that's kind of popular, to be against censorship, and Facebook is doing censoring, and they can't deny that, of the vaccine issue, and holistic medicine, like vitamin C, Green Med Info, was censored from with one of his videos that was focusing on how the Chinese were using vitamin C in Wuhan. That was early on when this all first started to happen in the United States. He was thrown off of Facebook. I don't know if I think he still gets to post his videos on Facebook somewhere. I don't know if somebody does it for him or whatever, you know, how that works. But, and he's on YouTube again too, Sayer G. And he's worth paying attention to because he does a lot of research on things too. And Dr. Mercola is good to use for research. These individuals I've followed for many, many years, and that doesn't mean I believe in everything they talk about, but Sayer G he's got, I believe the next level is giving him a lot of help. And maybe all the holistic medicine people are getting help from the next level, because that's the new wave of health. It's a holistic kind of means body and mind together. The whole human. Because and you know, but yet the AMA and you know all the associated organizations surrounding what medicine has become They'll doctor from doctor is going to be different, of course. And a lot of doctors are going to be, especially in local communities, are going to be prescribing things like vitamin C to people and things like that. And especially in the cities, and they're not necessarily going to be called holistic doctors because they're going to believe in all different modalities for healing, and all those modalities for healing have their place. It's not like they're wrong. They're not wrong. They're just the preference is to not be addicted to them helping us with all our problems and learn to use food as our medicine. That's the Hippocrates Oath that the doctors take. It's part of it. And even though they're using food as their medicine by taking the condensing things, and boiling down things into potent hormones or whatever they can get from the live foods and keep working in some fashion. The chemical compounds, and so it is from food, yeah. And food being also the mineral kingdom is also like food, because the plants all need the mineral kingdom. So that's all. Let your food be your medicine. Let it all be your medicine, which I agree with 100%. I think the preference is to not be eating too much or any of or too much of the animal products and the grains, the heated grains and the heated oils, and those are all like deadly to the system, like those greasy fried chicken. That's like asking for a heart attack. To be eating that on any regular basis. And doctor after doctor testified to that. There were heart surgeons. I used to go to health seminars because I was in the business of selling Celtec's super blue-green algae, which they harvested out of Klamath Lake, Oregon. And it's not the only algae harvested out of Klamath Lake. There's also another brand called Klamath Lake Spirulina, which is the same basic biological form. And I still think that's, can be of value to people. But I learned after I left the classroom that Doe got into that a little bit, into the Celtec brand of super blue-green algae. But he ended up saying about it that it was too expensive. But that meant that he was potentially helping me, and everybody else that could tune into that, was tuning into that health consciousness on the planet. Which doesn't mean just blue-green algae. It's anything, a lot of things can be, ginger, turmeric, I guess. I don't know too much about turmeric, really, from Doe. We didn't use it. But that doesn't mean that he wouldn't have used it if he felt like he had instructions to look at it and how it might be used medicinally. The only two foods that I'm aware of that he recommended staying away from were mushrooms and shrimp. Mushrooms meaning that I believe he said about it was, which I read this or heard on a tape, that the mushrooms were that they had some toxins in them that humans haven't discovered yet. And he said that, before he left, of course. And so I haven't seen any reports that indicate that mushrooms are problematic for people. And but shrimp, I've been staying away from. Both, actually. I stay away from both. But I mean, if a little bit gets in my food, I don't take it out because I haven't ever seen a reaction from it. So, anyway, that's for whatever that's worth to somebody. Because, I mean, there's toxins of a number of things. But sometimes it's not, the amount of it ends up being the problem. And depending on how well the immune system has learned to try to fight it and how strong the immune system is, and that includes the digestive system as part of the immune system. Because the digestive system is what keeps out undigested particles that can't become part of the blood system because they haven't been broken down enough and didn't have their toxins eliminated from them before they became part of the blood, so they could only promote growth instead of bacterial growth, whatever. I don't know. Maybe there's more to this than I know. Actually, I know that there's more to this than I know. But so I'm going a little too far. So I'm going to back up a little bit and go to the chat room. You got to save me from myself here. Number 44. Hi Sawyer, what do you believe Doe meant by telling you want to become more objective in response to your decision to leave the class? When he said it, I had no idea what he meant. I didn't actually make that much sense to me. I didn't know that I was wanting to become more objective. Then not too long ago, actually, I had still been wondering about what that meant. And I'm still not feeling like I see the whole picture of it. But well, for like 18 years, if I don't know if I've detailed every little thing about what I went through in terms of trying to conquer my vehicle's sensuality. But but then all of a sudden, then it just burst to where I didn't even know how to ask for help in my mind. Where I'd asked for help before on things, but actually I got signs of that along the way. Okay, so I didn't know why I was so overcome, and why I didn't generate the asking to try to conquer it. It's like that influence, that discarnate, that space alien booger soul that was influencing me, influencing this vehicle, trying to get this vehicle to revert back into human behaviors more than it already had been, beyond what it had left behind to some degree. Got its way, okay? And I remember at the time thinking, I don't, well, I remember thinking that I understood that there were things that were worse than death. I feel like I recognize that. And that it has to do with becoming someone that doesn't have any mind left in them from the next level. Or it's so little that they can have the memories of being in the next level, even though those go away with the vehicle. And so unless those vehicles from those fallen angels' souls that they originally had when they first broke away from the next level, unless they explained their history or wrote it down or whatever they did to the people that were the new members that were joining with them, that they sought from the human kingdom in order to repopulate their family, their tribe, their race, by hybridizing with human and their own seed. And their own seed, whether that's actually, that could have been the seed of a human that they picked up from the woods or something, who knows, or from a city. And because they liked that they were like open-minded thinker, because then it wouldn't like boggle their brain, it wouldn't throw them off kilter too much, fry their circuits by too much truth about what's beyond the human kingdom in terms of the invisible world of spirits and the invisible world of the next level and the invisible world of the space alien souls and their ability to be invisible even with their physicality. That can be nuts and bolts kind of physicality. And then the invisibility of the next level. It's like most of reality, probably some huge number in the 99 percentiles, we have no conscious or no direct memory of, or direct knowledge of, or direct. We have ideas, okay, and the ideas are not wrong. I'm not saying the ideas are wrong about what we have in terms of whether spirits can go, to the different planets, and how spirits help us, help humans, and some spirits become guardian angels to people, and other spirits become, if they were raised around us, and they were like becoming annoying or even violent or whatever their thing was before they died, they're going to continue to do that around us. And so that's one of the values of leaving your or at least taking trips away from your family to be more objective. So I didn't mean to bring it back to that, but in a sense, that's what I was doing. I was leaving my family to become more objective, but I was going backwards to leave my family to become more objective. And that made it very dangerous. And it's still dangerous. Because nobody can assume that they're well connected. We can appear to be well connected, but we don't know for sure. Because, how much of it is, I mean, if we're, I don't need to go any further than that, I don't think, because I would try to express it in all these different ways of the possibilities of how you define well connected. And that would be like coming from my mind. And that would only go to dead ends that don't have any value, really. But some people would think that, those are fun things to think about. Like, philosophy, like taking it in school, right? And you could study the philosophy of this kind of thinking and this kind of thinking and this kind of thinking and this kind of thinking throughout history. And then you get a degree and then you teach other people those philosophies. And then, and you may never actually, you may go through that, but never actually seek out the truth. Maybe starting off that way, but somewhere along the lines we can get embedded in what we pursue, to where we close down for various reasons. We want to keep our jobs, because if we talk about this too much in this circumstance, we're not going to have that job very long. We're not going to be a teacher in that school teaching philosophy if we start to add in things that they don't want to really have talked about. And that's how censorship takes place, and the whole kingdom is filled with that. Right? Even the parents are doing it to the kids, and all kinds of brainwashing, actually. But that the next level has been working with this garden for, since its beginning, whenever the garden started, who knows how many civilizations ago on Earth, and then other places. So they provide a balance so that we can be objective and we can actually think, oh, okay, now I see why I was tested in that regards. And I saw that right away. Not right away. I mean, it was a couple of years. Actually, it was like 7 years, to be honest with you, before, or even 10 years before I, with those 10 years, like 7 years after leaving is when I started to, 2001 and 2, the way I remember it. But actually a little bit in 1997 too, of course. But 1997 too, because I remember I had a dream that seemed to be related to tea, and all it was that I remember of it was a flying saucer, and it was upstate New York. And I had been wondering about upstate New York because Frank, the individual who was Andody in the classroom, who was on the Heaven's Gate podcast, told me that he had a dream. He had a dream with Crlody in it. Crlody being the woman that was, her vehicle's name was Erica, who he joined with, that he was in love with when he joined. And so, and that in the dream, Crlody said to him, let's see, what was it? I was trying to reach for the exact words that I remember. Well, it was along the lines as we're happy. We're very happy to be where we are, and that there was something about upstate New York, from talking about upstate from the perspective of Manhattan. Was where they were. That's right, and this was like the year 1998 or 9 or 2000 and or 2000, because a number of times I met up with Frank in different places, and on the West Coast when I was circulating with my partner with the jewelry shows, which was our living for a number of years. So yeah, so in upstate New York, I got off the track of what I was talking about. Oh, you're talking about the becoming objective, right? So that's how I think about it now. That because now I can see all the things. Well, I shouldn't, not all the things, but the things that Tiendo had given me to work on. I can see those things more clearly now. And there was like 5 things that are the biggest things for me to work on, and any one of those things would keep me off the spacecraft if I didn't let go of it and convert it into new mind, into next level mind, by employing the techniques provided by Tiendo to keep out the consciousness and the thoughts and the ideas and the feelings and that we don't want to have anymore because of them bringing us down. Now, I know that many people in the world, maybe everybody in the world, experiences this because we're all in school. And we get into places to where I'm not going to go down that road again, and so I'm not going to think about that anymore. Because every time I think about that, I end up going down this road that takes me into depression or whatever it is, into substance use and abuse, which is a relative condition. But not that there's not a value to that, because that can be sometimes what helps us get to the bottom of the barrel, so that we can, be willing to say, if there's some source up there that can help me with this, I can't do it on my own. I need your help. And so when people are in that condition, that's the healthiest condition that we can be in. And that can happen to us in many ways. With all this illness that's rising among us, which is true. Most of which I believe has been caused by the human kingdom. And what the seeking of profits has done to the health of our food supply and air supply and water supply and sunshine supply and Who knows how many things they've done now, and showering us with chemicals and, as it turns out, it looks like some of the contrails are weather modification experiments. And also potentially, who knows what? I don't know if it's possible that they could be experimenting with us in other ways. That we know that about MK Ultra. We know that, but some of that might be misinformation. There's misinformation everywhere and disinformation. Disinformation meaning, in my mind, the difference is one is actually trying to disconnect us from the truth by implanting something that's totally false, and another form of misinformation is like altering, the type of truth that it is, or not providing any details, or flipping it, to make it look good, and like talking out of both sides of your mouth is evidence of that. And that's what the politicians do all the time. They tell you what they're going to do for you, and then when they get into their private quarters, which they don't do often, at all hardly, because they never know when they're going to be taped, recorded, right? So nobody trusts that. So they're very slow to say what's really on their minds sometimes. I don't know. I may be wrong about that. Maybe they in a sense, they have to. They can't keep it in. But they're really guarded, of course, of letting things get to the press, and we know that's the case for all the presidents. There's no question about any of that. There's always something that somebody can do that somebody else can find fault with. Anybody that gets into any kind of a position to where there's a certain amount of popularity, or a certain amount of fame, or a certain amount of wealth, associated with all that, they're also targeted. And some people are targeting them because they're jealous. Some people target them because it's like revenge, like a kind of a warfare. They don't think they deserve it or whatever, or they think they can do a better job, much better job, or they don't like their crudeness or their bigotries or their, and yet they they all demonstrate those same characteristics. Some have more of those characteristics than others, okay? But, geez, I've got a bunch of things in my package, this vehicle's package, that I don't like at all. And when I have those thoughts, I know that they're not me, because I don't judge people by some of the criteria that my vehicle automatically seeks to judge people. And so I label it as what that is, and I tell it to get the heck away from me. I don't even go through the words anymore. I just, just say, get out of here, like a mosquito. That's the way T talked about influences. Now, I can do that with some influences. I can just say, get out of here, like a mosquito. But other ones are tougher to get rid of. But thinking of them as real, thinking of them as discarnates, disembodied humans, regardless of how accurate that is, it doesn't really matter. It works. That's what T and Do taught. That doesn't really matter. It works. They didn't say it wasn't true. But at the time, they hadn't told us yet that, at least in a way that I understood it, that thoughts were also very real and could be beamed down on us from the space aliens. So in other words, they have transmission capabilities. Now, and that can be from their minds, but also it can be from who knows what kind of instrumentation is on some of those spacecrafts. I don't know what for all I know, the spacecrafts that most of which crashed, that weren't crashed, that because Doe said that there were facsimile spacecrafts that were crashed by the Luciferian and space alien fallen angel souls with their hybridized vehicles, and it could even have robots or clones on those spacecrafts. Well, I don't remember Doe saying clones, but I don't remember now if they were also robots, but they could have been genetically engineered for sure. That's what hybridization is all about. So that part of it's true from Tiendo's mind, but they just well, I'm just going to summarize that because I go off track, but to say that that's what we're all working against, and the next level keeps a certain amount of that in check for us. Like, for instance, they said, the reason I know that is from several things Tiendo said, but the one example that they gave of that is that they didn't feel like people that were abducted by aliens were the prime vehicles, at least for that first graduation stage. And so, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they couldn't be available now if they happened to be form a tight relationship with either a discarnate or a space alien, whether they call themselves a space alien or not. They're not necessarily going to say that because a lot of us aren't programmed for that. But a lot of us have in our genetic history understanding that spirits are real. And it's true because they are. But and that they can be your helpers. Like T had a helper that was unseen, and she called that individual brother. Oh boy. Brother Francis. I was relating it to the movie Brother, Sun, Sister Moon. Which was a movie that Tiendo provided to us in the classroom to watch several times. Not in a row, but over the course of the years we watched it. Well, I don't know if they ever gave it to us to watch more than once. But they assigned individuals to design our viewing list, our viewing schedule, whether it was TV or recorded movies, like on VHS recordings. But to go to the movies, then except when we were doing our mission, our task of spreading the information again in 1994 was decided upon by Tiendo only. But some videos they suggested, and some videos they if the overseers of that schedule, which I think was Crlody and Junodi for a while, and maybe some others, if they, chose, if they thought some movie was maybe something that T&O would have us see, then they would have had the instructions that they could, make that suggestion for T&O. If T&O had said that, if you see something, bring it up to us. Or if they didn't say that, the overseer could take a chance on a positive. And but otherwise, we didn't have any procedure to make suggestions about anything to T&O. They would ask for our suggestions if they wanted suggestions, and they did a number of times. I mean, not that much. Well, but some people more than others, because I wasn't like an overseer the whole time I was in the classroom. And even if I was an overseer, that doesn't mean that Doe wasn't working with all kinds of individuals on different projects, that I just didn't have any oversee of that. All right, I'll go back to the chat room. I hope that covered that for number 44. Enough, probably more than enough, right? I was criticized the other day for saying too many words. When somebody asked me who I was going to vote for, and I gave them, probably 500 words, and they came back and said, "Why can't you just write a paragraph like everybody else?" And at first I was a little upset by that, and then I thought to myself, because it was on my Facebook page, and so a post I made. So, but I recognize that, that there was I didn't recognize it as a positive right away, but I at least recognized it enough to where I didn't want to criticize somebody for criticizing me. So that's not a way of the next level to do that. If somebody criticizes us, well, there's different degrees of this, okay, relative to the classroom. Like, we didn't have procedure in the classroom to criticize anybody unless they asked for us to criticize them. Not at the moment. Well, in a sense, at the moment too, because we had the instruction with our partners to say, if we were going to judge something, like what's the weight of that, that batch of flour, that bag of flour, what's the weight of that? Because I want to write it down. And then the person that's doing the weighing would say, well, it's 1 pound 3 ounces. When the instruction at a certain point in the classroom, in 1987 approximately, was to say, well, I could be wrong, but I think it's 1 pound 3 ounces. Because what becomes very hard for some of us to get in our heads is that on many, 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 many scores, our judgment can be clouded. Even though we think we are seeing something, we can actually not see it right. Now, maybe this happens to people that are old or more, or people that are very stoned, or or very drunk, or whatever other substances people use, that can produce, like, self-confidence or can blur our vision, or because all different things can happen, even with an idea, to blur our vision, make the memory a little bit cloudy, like I've demonstrated that a few times tonight. Where Brother Francis, I used to have that on the tip of my tongue at any given moment, but for some reason it wasn't on the tip of my tongue, and I had to I had the idea that it was related to the movie Brother, Sun, Sister, Moon, but because that was about St. Francis of Assisi, and they were talking about that he had this invisible helper while she was a nurse, and when she would draw blood from the occasions where she had to do that, she wanted to hit the vein, and sometimes it wasn't easy to find the vein, and so she would ask Brother Francis for help to hit the spot. So I'm bringing this up because I know there's individuals that are attracted to this information for some reason, and I know what the reasons are, is because of how much is beyond human about the information, and but they can have a problem because they've had a relationship with a spirit entity, and they can feel like they're hurting that spirit entity by like listening to another teacher. I'm not talking about me, but I'm talking about like T and Do from their teachings, and so that can be a conflict. Now, if that spirit is made of goodness, then they're going to want you to broaden your horizons, because we can always, everybody, all the time, can broaden our horizons and see more when we think we've seen it all, or seen enough, or seen, how much more is there to see of reality, right? But there is more. There's always more. That's the way it is in the human kingdom, because humans aren't operating vehicles that can bring in next level mind any faster or any more thoroughly than whatever pace they've kind of developed in life. Now the next level gives individual vehicles big boosts in that regard. And sometimes those boosts are traumatic events. Somebody gets sick, and they don't, they go to their sources for help, and they don't feel like they're getting help from those sources. Whether it's people or whether it's the spirit world. Or the solutions they get have side effects that are bad, or expensive, or get to be a thing where this becomes the next gimmick, the next thing to do to try to get maximum health. That can have some benefits. I'm not saying there's not a lot of things that you can do to benefit the body in a holistic way. But ultimately, if we're not seeking the highest source among the stars for our help, then we're potentially not able to recognize the things, though we can grow to recognize it, the things that stand out from the other things. in terms of all the choices we have, like for the subject of vehicular healing of our bodies, the biological healing. And that, along with that is the mental healing, that we're all disturbed, I think, because of the misinformation that's been flooded upon us. It's not our fault, but it's not more than we can handle if we go to the highest source we can reach, which is T and Do's minds, whether we admit to that or not. That's where it's going to go to. And when we're seeking the truth, when we're seeking the only place where you can really have true freedom, the only place where you can totally be an individual, the only real place you can be an individual is when you're in the next level. I didn't understand that for a long time, to the degree that I understand it a little bit now better, and how real that is. So I know that this is real. There's no question about that in my mind, that they're on spacecrafts and they have computer systems and they have labs upon labs upon labs. They have one lab that's called the weather lab. This the equivalent of this, which who knows what that can involve. That can be one big spacecraft or one big spacecraft and hundreds of smaller ones. I don't know what it is that go into generating hurricanes, and regulating their speed and their size and their direction. I'm not saying they do that with all of them. Maybe a lot of it's automatic. Maybe they just come in to try to beef one up a little bit sometimes, or tone it down sometimes, like fine-tuning things. But that's the kind of jobs that people would have. They'd be on crews doing those kind of things. Think of how many people you could help by being able to, either accelerate them by doing something that could be life-threatening to their vehicles, but that accelerates the mind to their next potential to start over with a new grade in school. So isn't a negative? Or keep you away from losing your vehicle? Like giving you an alert to where you take seriously that you got to leave the coast when you're told that a hurricane is about to hit, even though they're saying it's only a Category 1. In the warm waters, you don't know when it's going to build up fast. But that even a Category 1 can dump so much water that it doesn't have to have strong winds. It can just flood the heck out of every place, like Harvey did, and like Sandy did, and Irene on the East Coast, and Texas. And others, Michael in Florida, right? Let me go back to the chat room. What are you all talking about in there? Okay, DCM88. 2020 and 2021 will truly be years of self-sacrifice. Lots of children and teenagers first losing their grandparents to COVID. And then bringing SARS-2 to their parents from school, killing them with their mere existence, and then ending up alone and facing homelessness amongst a million other homeless people. Well, if that's the way the next level has a go, then all those vehicles, all those individuals, all those people will be judged by the next level only, and I'm not the next level. There's nobody in the next level that's on the planet right now that I'm aware of that's doing any talking, and there's not going to be, because Doe said there wasn't going to be. Some things he knew, I mean, a lot of things he knew, many things he knew, but some things he knew that he didn't know exactly what was going to happen, but that wasn't one of them. So, because that's what we're in right now. See, the next level designs the human kingdom so that we can get our growth by being human and experiencing things in the human kingdom to a degree to where we kind of burn it out of us, so that when we're getting close to graduation time, we don't have a desire to be anything in the human kingdom. We don't want to be famous. We don't want to have a lot of, be held in high esteem or be the leader of a big organization. I mean, we're just not driven for that. I'm not saying that it can't happen to somebody, even if they're not driven to it, because people can be groomed for that by their families and their ancestry and the talents that the vehicle has that can kind of groom them for getting into high places and being really good musically or artistically or scientifically or whatever it is. Okay, that's all climbing the human ladder, and all those paths to the top of the mountain are all equivalent. But none of them get you off into the next level, next evolutionary step, the future, the only real future. I heard someone talking about on Coast to Coast today. They were replaying a broadcast from what's his name? The guy that used to do Coast before it was Coast to Coast. Not Norrie's the current guy. What's his name? Oh, I forget for the moment, but well, he had a guest that was talking about. He had two guests actually, and both of them were talking to some degree at different times about going into the future and going into the past. And the second fellow that was talking about going into the past, one thing he said that I believe, according to Tiendo, might have a little bit of accuracy is when he compared going into the past as like going through a wormhole, like in the Contact movie. Now, he was trying to think about this like from a physics or a quantum physics perspective. And I don't pretend to be able to, talk on those terms very much at all. But I do understand the basis of those terms. And but I've got from Tiendo what I believe is the overview of that. And that is that there is no future unless a human becomes a member of the next level, because the next level sees to it that they keep on recycling the planet and the life forms on it, so that some things they don't ever get to develop. Because some things that they would develop could really jeopardize the ability of growing healthy human vehicles that could be vehicles for spirit to grow through, So that spirit, that mind, that information, that of the truth, that knowledge of the truth, that recognition of the of how this has all been provided to us. Everything has been provided to us. None of us had to do anything to be sitting in our chairs or whatever we're doing right now to deserve it, to deserve the opportunity. That I know about. I mean, except for the people that were so beat down in life and they climbed out of that, they were given then help with that, and they took advantage of that help, and so their minds grew. And from that, kind of making a full circle with whatever I was talking about before, many people in the human kingdom now are waking up in all different ways, and some of them are calling themselves the woke generation. But I guarantee you, they're woke in that area, but they're not necessarily woke in a number of other areas. Just like I'm woke in some areas, and I'm not necessarily woke in other areas. Because that's the way the human kingdom is. We don't get it all. If we got it all, we would be graduating. I mean, let me back up on that. I'm not the judge of whether we're getting it all or not. So I got to backtrack from that. There could be individuals now that are growing so fast that the next level feels like they're at maximum speed. You know, they're not that the next level thinks in terms of maximums and minimums necessarily. They can maybe have some of that. I've got some indications of that in the next level you can even choose your growth rate. You don't have to want to do more tasks. You could want to have more downtime, and you're not looked down upon for that, and you still are gonna have your challenges, and you can always change from that too. You might have periods of time where you slow down and periods of time where you speed up. I don't know in the next level how that works, but I know that happens in the human kingdom. And we don't even necessarily know when we're speeding up and when we're slowing down, except when we come across paths that we've already taken, and we look at that path and we say, I'm not going down that road again. No, I'm not getting hitched again. They might say that. I'm not saying that that's something to say, but I don't think it's a good idea to get married anymore. I mean, people do it because they want to, put their finances in order and have children. Good luck on having children now. I'm not saying that the children, aren't going to live a full life. I have no idea what's going to happen and where it's going to happen, to what degree it's going to happen. So there's no sense in worrying about all that. So if somebody really feels like they want children, maybe it's the right thing for them. And maybe it's going to also present them with some of the lessons they still need to learn. And children can be very grounding in that way. But to be able to stand up for tea and dough, it's going to be harder to do. Well, maybe not. Well, I mean, when you have more than one mouth to feed, it's automatically harder in that regard, right? But it's not that. I love children. I really do. I mean, I play on the street. I played on the street tonight. Earlier and last night as well, and it's a good little side income stream for me, and I get to meet people. I get to see people, and get to have I like the street people. I mean, I don't like everybody. Some are pretty whacked out, but I mean, I don't dislike them unless they start getting violent, and then it's not that I dislike them, but I get worried about it. And I've seen some fights and stuff, but nothing like people see in the inner cities all the time. I've been very protected most of my life. But I've had a few scary times. So I'm not, it's not like I'm not aware of that potential. But, the best way to overcome our fear is to ask the next level for strength to overcome our fears. And show us how to build that strength. And the way we build the strength is by adopting their behaviors and ways as much as possible. I mean, I don't mean like, getting a buzz haircut. Not that you can't do that. You can do that if you want to. But it doesn't make you more of a member of the next level by doing that. That classroom is over. They said it right in the Heaven's Gate book. They didn't spell it out that, their appearance was something, but it doesn't say that in the major and lesser offenses and in the 17 steps. It doesn't say anything about. It does talk about grooming, but it doesn't talk about your hair length as being that I can recall. But I mean, we did cut off our hair. The reason for that was to disassociate us with the reason why we grew our hair, if we were a guy and it wasn't conventional to grow your hair long, why you did it. I guess I started it when I was a kid. I wanted to be cool. I don't know. It just looked cool. Maybe because some of the pop stars were doing it. Okay, like the Rolling Stones. So it was the thing, right? It was a fad. All right, I'm kind of rambling now. I'm sure of that, but now I think DCM 88. I Okay, now as far as teenagers losing their grandparents, okay, so more elderly are dying, right? Okay, I don't deny that that's happening, and my vehicle's parents died, and but how many are actually from COVID? Is relatively zero. Because people aren't dying from COVID, they're dying from the combination of ailments that they have. Well, let me correct myself. Because as I'm saying this, I'm trying to do the best job I can to express things in a way that I think Tiendo gave us examples of how to think about certain things. And that all negatives in the human kingdom can be converted to positives. And the next levels are professionals, or they're very accomplished at converting negatives to positives. So it's been a fact for a long time, and you can look up the numbers. But that some of the recent numbers that I've read and heard are that like 53% of the American public are chronically ill. And that there's billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of medications throughout the medicine chests of American public for every little thing, and the public is saturated with hair color and nail colors and all these petroleum products and pesticides and herbicides and fungicides and antibiotics that no longer work anymore because they've been used and abused and used and abused to where people are dying in the hospitals in droves. The biggest number of deaths in the hospital comes from infection. So how come we're not, treating infection as a pandemic? Because it's not a virus, right? It's a bacteria, right? I think that's the way it works. But there's been some people that have said that when they analyzed the coronavirus, it had the characteristics of a bacteria and a virus. Now that might be related to the indications that we've gotten that an HIV sequence was inserted into the SARS sequence, the SARS-2 sequence, to make it into SARS-2. See, they've been working on trying to get a flu vaccine for 90 years. Literally, according to Robert F. Kennedy's research, which he showed us the documentation for, and I looked at, that's how long. That's when the flu vaccine first came out in the early 1900s, and what they said at the time was that one shot and you were going to be good. And now we're at the place to where every year you got to get a couple shots a lot of times. And sometimes they just say, just take the shot in case it works. Like they said about coronavirus. They said, take the flu shot in case it works. Because there can be similarities, because even, I'm not going to try to give everybody here, but even if it was man-made, that didn't mean that the next level didn't allow that to happen, where they didn't allow it to happen before now. Actually, that's what I feel is happening. That if the human kingdom didn't make the choices that they were going to be making, then this wouldn't be happening. But the next level knew there was a real strong chance, it might have even been a certainty, that they were going to try to develop their drugs to the nth degree because they want eternal life. What have the Luciferians come to believe? Is that they have eternal life because they've lost their vehicles and they still exist. So they know that they don't die with the vehicle dying. So that's why they think of human vehicles as expendable. But they don't know that the next level, when a soul gets to the point to where all it is good, all it's good for is fertilizer. In other words, to stimulate the growth of the plants, to have a positive response of a growth response to the negative that they provide. then they don't want to reward those souls with eternal life. So they recycle them, even the souls, in addition to the vehicles and in addition to the parts of the planet, even the whole planet, the surface of it, and who knows how deep and to what extent, and to what shape and form the next civilization would have, in continental shapes and things. That's a task that people can make application for. To be a part of the crews that actually designed the planets to even look like they started as one big unit and then grew apart. And that could have actually been true. Like they say, the way that continents look like they kind of fit together. Except for Europe, got kind of, like shot with a shotgun, so to speak. Into where things were kind of spread out a little bit more. With the large bodies of water. I don't know, maybe that's not true. Maybe it's just a warped way I've looked at it, Europe as a continent sometimes. But, So I believe at this point, and I haven't been saying this before now, so I could be wrong. To some degree, I could be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong from the overview perspective of the next level. That this is being allowed to happen because of the next level. Tiendo taught that very clearly, saying that the end of the recycling was being held back so that the classroom could finish. And there's a lot of examples now about that. And even this post I put up here with Joe Biden is an example of that. How he's motivating people, citizens, to become the police force. Right? He's saying it's time to stop the spread of viral misinformation and blatant attempts of voter suppression. If you agree with me, add your name to demand that Facebook be held accountable for threatening our democracy. So no, they're not saying that we should go into the supermarkets and make sure that if somebody's not wearing a mask, that you tell them what for. He's not saying to do that, right? But how many people are going to look at that and think, yeah, we got to stop this different information. So that person that's questioning anything that the government says, that they've been telling, if they're saying masks are mandatory and necessary, and you're killing people if you don't wear your mask, you're a murderer if you don't wear your mask. Then now I have the right. Now that person can even they can be so twisted in their thinking that they can think that they're doing everybody a favor by getting rid of that person that's the bad influence. And stopping them from multiplying and stopping them from influencing other people. A bunch of years ago, I met somebody from it wasn't Russia, but it was right on it was originally part of the Soviet Union, but it was one of the countries that broke away when they fell apart. But I remember picking his brain and wanting to know because I'd always heard, that it was considered a communist country. That in a communist country, the biggest police force is the public, is your neighbors, your friends, even your own family, that can become the snitches, so to speak, and the spies, to point out to other people who's not abiding by the social orders that they want to have. And that's what's happening. That's what's happening now. And the WHO even said this. Maybe I have that document. I'm not going to look for that now. But I did copy it, where it talked about how masks are of little value outside of a healthcare facility. This was like in, I think maybe June, when they said this. So it wasn't like, just right in the beginning of the United States part of the lockdown. But, and they said also in that same statement that that they're good to make mandatory, because it helps us learn to follow their instructions. They didn't say it exactly like that, because that would have been kind of too blatant, I think, But follow the health guidelines. In other words, remain healthy. The best chance of achieving health, which of course isn't necessarily the best chance of getting health, because we need to have an immune system that is exposed to things if we're going to be exposed to things in the future. If we're going to live in a bubble, then maybe we can exist for a while in that bubble, but not like this partial disconnection doesn't necessarily help us. I mean, if somebody's got a system that's completely immunosuppressant, which many, many people are because of the chronic disease that so many have, then they should all be wearing masks to protect me from them and to protect you, them from us. Because the people that are healthy have healthy viruses, a certain amount of it. We have hundreds of viruses in our bodies, maybe even thousands, I think they said. I don't doubt that. That makes sense to me. Because the viruses actually help the body as part of the immune system to go and attack things that aren't doing good things in the body. Because, the body has a different pH in all different parts of it. It's an amazing system. And humans aren't going to they're not going to do a better job. They're not going to do a better job with the food supply. Even if they can feed the world better, in a sense, it's going to be fed with crappy garbage foods, synthesized foods. You can't even really call it food when it's synthesized to death, when it's processed to death, when all the enzymes are killed from it because of heat, like the oils go through, and the oils get rancid also. The nuts get rancid if they don't store them covered up, in a cool, dry place. I mean, if they're subject to sunlight, I think that's the biggest detriment to nuts. Potatoes the same way. Potatoes get green. That's toxic to eat that green stuff. I don't know. Some people might not have a problem from it. But that might be why sometimes I can eat a batch of French fries and be fine. Another time I can eat a batch of French fries and it's terrible. Now, my body's become pretty sensitive. But I can still go off the transfiguration diet, which the expanded form of that, with the input that I got from those food choices and fasting kind of choices over the years, which I've talked about many times. If anybody wants more specifics on that, just ask me that question and I'll try to point you in the direction to where you can learn as much about it as I can help you learn from what Tiendo gave us. But you can get the book for yourself. It's being sold by the people that those sold it to. That kept the same name, Transfiguration Diet, but put a new cover on it. So that one, maybe both of them can be found, but now the Transfiguration Diet, the original cover. I'm going to read it. Transfiguration Diet, an extraordinarily advanced turnaround concept regarding man and food, health, or disease. And the author is listed as Little Green Inc.'s think tank. And then it says at the bottom, your genetic characteristics can be reprogrammed. Reprogrammed in quotes. Turn around in quotes. Can being underlined. Now I'm going to read a little bit of the in the back. What makes this approach extraordinary? It offers the fastest, safest approach to a disease-free body. Of equal importance, it offers the long sought-after how-to solution to genetic problems regarding obesity, food addictions, cravings, and poor eating habits. It's a total lifestyle change rather than some short-term diet. Proper foods build a clean, efficient digestive system and purify the body of long-stored toxic wastes. As damaged tissues are restored, restored, vitality and longevity increase. See, that part of the book was like scratched out for some reason. Or maybe not. As damaged tissues are restored, vitality and longevity increase. That's the way to read it, because they centered every line. And I don't know why there's like a dash there. And then I wrote the word in by hand, or somebody did, stored. And so then other benefits of this complete turnaround concept are disease prevention, greater freedom from cancer, heart disease, and arthritis, accelerated healing with supplements, herbs, imagery, and positive thinking, improved mental attitudes, new ways of thinking about food and eating habits, Ideal weight maintained. Safe weight loss while you eat as much as you want. Assimilate maximum nutrients. Assimilate maximum nutrients. Eliminate mucus buildup. Benefit from a clean colon. Satisfying, good tasting foods. Many choices of easy to prepare recipes. Ultimately, this radical, unique program will help to build a better genetic foundation for you, your children, and future generations. And it says the artwork was done by a Little Green Think Tank, which was actually Dan Sodi, who dropped out of the classroom twice, and the last time in the 90s he didn't come back, and then his vehicle died around 2000, maybe before that or slightly after that. I was in touch with him. But the artwork, here's one example of the artwork. It's just stick figure kind of, not stick figure, but cartoon. So that is, I'll describe it. There's a picture of Dr. Little Green who looks like an alien, but in this case, you don't see the top of his head because he's wearing like a 10-gallon cowboy hat. And then he's wearing eyeglasses that are kind of clear, so it doesn't look like sunglasses. You can see his eyes through them. It's just some kind of eyeglasses. And he's smiling, and he's looking over at, he's in the airplane, because you can see the portholes. And he's sitting there eating and he's holding in his left hand a bottle of soy sauce. And now I would say get the non-GMO soy sauce. I don't know. I'm not sure what kind we got when we were in the classroom, because I wasn't part of the people that did the ordering. But we got tamari in the classroom. It's slightly different. But I don't remember if it was the tamari that had the wheat in it or not. I try to use the wheat-free tamari now. I try not to use it too much, but I do use that as my salt sometimes. And so it looks like he's got a bowl of salad, and then he's got, to his right on the next seat, I guess he took both seats, but it looks like there was open seats behind him too, so he wasn't necessarily hogging on the airplane. But there's one bottle that says garlic oil. There's another bottle that says cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper and garlic. Two huge superfoods. Huge superfoods. I can't say enough about them. I've used them now for years to be a natural antibiotic, garlic. In its raw form, the best way I get it into my body is by taking cloves and pricking them with a fork. And then, and this is what they taught in the Transfiguration diet, and then dropping them into like a quart of extra virgin, first cold pressed olive oil, the stuff that's not been heated to death, so that it's still got some enzymatic action in it. And if you can see some of the pulp in that olive oil, it's unfiltered also, and it might be the most healthful condition it can be in. And that's the only real oil supply that you eat in the Transfiguration diet book, except for what comes from what little oil. Well, I don't know how little it is, but like from avocados, there's a certain amount of oil, and I mean you can get oil out of a lot of things. Okay, that's why you can Well, enough said on that. But so what this not waitress, but the stewardess is saying is holding a flight dinner, and she's saying, "Gee, that looks good." She's looking over at Dr. Littlegreen sitting in his chair, and he's looking over at her, smiling. Okay, and and he says no. He says no, thank you. Regarding the flight dinner, no, thank you. I brought my own. And Doe did that with helpers. He took several flights, because I know for a fact that he did that, because on several occasions I was one of the ones that was given the task to pick him up at the airport, which was always an exciting thing to do. And so during those times when we were in the cars and things, it didn't happen that much to me. I can probably count on one hand how many times I was like alone or with a few other students, with Doe in the car, or with even T in the same car. Happened one time that I was part of. Well, actually 2 times, but it's not like they said anything that didn't get passed on to the other students. We didn't have instruction to pass those things on. So you didn't have any procedure to go to your partner or to someone else on your crew or whatever and say, hey, guess what? I got to go and pick up Doe at the airport. And you know what he said on the way back? See, we didn't do that. That would have been like being like a social misfit in a sense. Well, I shouldn't say it that way, because they didn't have like a social order like that. And nobody would be considered a misfit. So that was completely a human way of trying to make it sound. But there wouldn't be a member of Next Level wouldn't do that, because the relationship with the older member is filled with awe. If it isn't, then you're really not recognizing there's things about you that you still need to overcome that are keeping you from being in awe all the time. Although that awe doesn't mean that you're like awestruck and you can't talk, or or you're putting your face down on the ground, or like they talked about in the Old Testament, right? Which has its reality. I think that's what actually happened to those people when they were approached by a Next Level spacecraft or a Next Level member in some kind of a spacecraft, so that they wouldn't cause their brain to fry by seeing their true nature, because it would look like too easy to kind of get mixed up between that and like a ghost, right? Even though the Next Level can regulate that, also develops through people's ancestry. They inherit, if their ancestors were into believe that spirits were real, and doesn't mean that they formed groups about that, or had seances or whatever necessarily, but they could have just believed that, yeah, I saw my Uncle Jed one time, or I saw my Aunt Mary one time, you know, you'll hear all kinds of, when you talk to people on a one-to-one basis, probably every family has some kind of a story like that, of somebody that in the family that goes back in history was weird or something, or was, went off the deep end. It was a conspiracy theorist or something. Just didn't go along with the status quo, or was a rebel, or, wasn't understood very easily, or had a certain, talked to himself a lot, or was kind of acting schizophrenic. I met somebody downtown that I had in the town where I was doing this music playing on the street, and who I knew from last year from doing it, and I hadn't seen him this year because I only started doing it again a couple weeks ago. But and he was talking to me, and it was like, wow, his mind was, I couldn't follow what he was saying, and it was like he was talking about something as if I knew what he was talking about, and part of it, his words were all like strung together to where it was like forming a new language, and I don't know what was happening with the individual, but he wasn't like that a year ago. But it's like, it's a difficult time, and there is going to be more death, and I don't say that like with an eagerness for it, but for the sake of people that are having a hard time really taking a look at Tiendo, which of course everybody that's listening to this broadcast is taking some look at Tiendo to even be in this live stream for any amount of time. But they're the only ones with the keys, and doesn't mean that you're not gonna be saved for future opportunity if you don't believe in them a certain amount. Of course, there's no way to judge who believes in who more. That's kind of human thinking, misinformation thinking. This person's more enlightened than this person, which is a bunch of baloney. Nobody's enlightened. Nobody's enlightened in the human kingdom now. That's hype. That's, appearance of holiness, the appearance of goodness, the appearance of religiosity, the appearance of ego. That's ego-driven. If people start talking like that, even though, you could say, oh, it's harmless, just the way they talk in California, oh, yes, when I got enlightened, people were saying this and that, and they weren't understanding the truth. But I finally woke up, and it might be totally true. Okay, I'm not saying that's not totally true, but they can think that means that their whole being is enlightened, when it's not necessarily any more enlightened than it was before it had what they were calling an enlightenment experience. I mean, let's say somebody lost their house in a fire. That can be a very enlightening experience. I don't mean that in a pun way. And they can get a lot of growth from that, recognizing that those things, even though they miss them and they want them back maybe, or some people just say to themselves, you know what? Every year this has been happening. More and more. Maybe this isn't the place to live anymore. And that's what the next level is hoping that they'll do. They'll move out. Move away from the areas that, which of course, even some of the mountains are A lot of the mountains are being ravaged by the forest fires. But it's not only that, it's just being in that state is very toxic now, mind and matter wise, mind, physically and mentally. It doesn't mean that individuals can't grow there. They can if they feel like they want to be there. That's I'm not saying that's a bad choice. I mean, we're all going to go somehow, right? So that logic makes a lot of sense. That if somebody just feels like this is where they want to kind of put down their mark or whatever, or because of the people that are there that they relate to and enjoy being around, or they got a business in that area, or they, but if I was them, which I'm not, I would try to have my ear to the train tracks to, in every way that I can, with the idea of being able to leave quickly and even be mobile. And maybe people that, might hear this are already in that condition where they're mobile. And I can't say that I'm mobile right now. I mean, I could be mobile very quickly. All right. Let me go back to the chat room. I got to get some more water, though, in a second here. But I can gab and gab and gab, right? I mean, I hope I'm not boring anybody, but I guess that's why when it comes down to the average watch time is 18 minutes, I guess, some are going to be bored by me, of course. And, but that's fine, then harm, wait, VPBC123 says, hey, Sawyer, how's it hanging? It's hanging. Yeah, I'm still hanging in here. And then Harm Van Houten says, somehow I have the feeling that the Phoenix Lights back in March 97 could have something to do with Tiendo. What do you think about this? I gave that a lot of thought. And I could be wrong about this part of it. But my suspicion is, for whatever it's worth, is that that was space alien and or human generated. But that the reason they were doing that was because they were trying to second guess what Doe and crew were going to do and where they were going to be. And they just happened to be in Phoenix right before they left. They were building in the summer of 1996. They went to, they bought a piece of property east of the Manzano Mountains in New Mexico, east of the town Manzano. And it was actually a Boy Scout ranch, an ex-Boy Scout ranch that had some buildings on it. that they used for bunking while they were building an Earthship. And the Earthship, if you don't know about it, is somebody wrote a book about this way of building using found materials, mostly, actually using rubber tires, and then caking them with clay or like mud, a kind of mud straw mixture, making big bricks out of them and stacking them and making walls out of them. And so they were building that, right? And then it got into the fall time on the timeline, I believe. And I got most of this from Rio's book, which I believe to be factual in most of it. But not entirely. But I won't go into that right now because it's not that important right now. But well, then Doe got instructions to leave. So they had started they kept their computer business going. And whatever other little projects they had, I think they had more than one projects going for earning sticks, money. They called money sticks. And so they had rented some space, office space, in Monsanto, the town of Monsanto. And so I got some of this from the person that testified to them being there, and also from the person that I think bought the property from them, which happened pretty quickly, I think, after they decided to pack up and leave and go to the Phoenix area. Okay, and so they went to the Phoenix area, and they started to write the book. So they switched gears totally, and they had built, I got pictures. I don't know if I posted them on my Facebook page, Sawyer Heaven's Gate. The Earthship that they built. You see walls and a door. And then you see an overview that makes it look like the size of a house, but it's got no ceiling on it yet. And so they left it there in that condition after working on that all summer. And a number of people were working jobs to pay for food and things, even remotely working jobs for corporations in California, remotely doing computer services and management services to actually Subscriber Computers Inc. was the name of the company, Subscriber Computing Inc. I worked for them also. I went by the name Robert. Because we chose our middle names. Anyway, so they moved to the Phoenix area. Now, when I say the Phoenix area, that's what I think Rio said, if I remember correctly, but I'm not going to try to research that right now. But whenever we lived in the Phoenix area on the two occasions with many months in between in the 90s, we lived in Scottsdale and we lived in Paradise Valley. So I don't know if they went back to those places. But where we had big mansions, by the way, in those locations as well. With walled properties, with a handball court in the basement, a full, like not full, but tall, and built-in swimming pool and number of levels and many like 4 bedrooms and 4 baths and big houses. And so now I don't know where they moved when they went into that area. Okay, like I said, and but I know that they were working on the book, according to the documentation that I've seen about it. And so, but then when the book was finally published, and they first published it as according to my understanding that I got from Carlin, because he was more aware of this, partially because of Carlin, but not because he was in the class at the time, but because he had some of the copies of the Blue Book, which is the same book that's called the Purple Book now, that's sold by Mark and Sarah from the Heaven's Gate website, that I call the Heaven's Gate book, because it tells you how to enter the kingdom of heaven and the evolutionary level above human. A place for atheists to go as well as people that were ex-religionists or spiritualists or pagans or whatever it is that we think of ourselves as in our beliefs of what's beyond our ability to see with our eyes, of what that exists. What exists that's beyond our ability to see with our eyes. And so, see and understand, which of course is all degrees, right? Anyway, so they were there for a bunch of months, and then when the book was done, they went to Rancho Santa Fe. And they might have had some go to Rancho Santa Fe ahead of others. That's kind of the way we did things anyway. So that if any people got jobs around the Phoenix area or Scottsdale area, then they would give notice, because a lot of times they were high-tech jobs, and so you gave them the 2 weeks notice so that they could find a replacement. And you could have time to teach somebody what you were doing and document what you were doing. I did that many times in some of the high-tech jobs I had. But because we always moved around quite a bit. And so then you see the video, which we haven't been able to see because Mark and Sarah won't let us see it, as far as I know. They could have released it yesterday. I just didn't find out about it yet. But, put it on a website for sale or something and just not tell anybody about it. But they sent it to Nancy Brown because Alex Odie was in it. And it was it was a Christmas celebration. They were having a talent show for that Christmas celebration. And for Alex Odie and Vern Odie were coming back from what I believe was being castrated, because Doe required that they go to a different town from where they were living and get a job in that town and use the money to pay for it, so that it was clearly of their own volition and their own free will that they were doing it. Nothing was done for them except perhaps find a doctor that was willing to do that operation on somebody that didn't have cancer in their testicles. So, so they were coming back, and that's where they sang the Sound of Music song. So that becomes the song of Tiendo. Just like there was the song of Moses and there was the song of Jesus. Well, I'm dry as a bone, so I've got to go get some water. Actually, I have some right over there. I should use that up first. Excuse me a second. Well, I'm pretty exhausted because I played music for about 3 hours. And that's pretty much straight. So, my opinion is that that was a facsimile of the Luciferians trying to second guess a spacecraft coming to pick them up. That whether that was in the tail of the Hale-Bopp comet or not didn't make any difference to them. It was irrelevant, they said. They just knew that that was the time to leave. And the Hale-Bopp comet provided them with that marker. It was the marker of the time frame, that the time frame was over for the classroom, for that classroom. And that they needed to get back, they needed to leave so that things could happen in the world, so that more people could be stimulated to go searching for Tiendo's information. However, ways that people do that over their lifetime. Even if they don't even ever hear about Tiendo, they can be doing that by separating from their humanness, or separating from, which was part of separating from having faith in the government, or having faith in the religions, or having faith in science. That's all like faith in the human kingdom, the faith in the human intellect to fix our problems. It's not that humans don't do a lot of great things, okay? They do, and we do. You know, I'm not saying I do. I'm just saying because I'm a human. I'm not saying that I'm not human. But who is I, according to the Transfiguration Diet that Tiendo wrote, or Do and crew wrote, using T's mind, pulling it, the Do pulled through and gave to us, that they were giving us both at the same time while they were both together with us. There's 3 of us, and each human vehicle is composed of 3 different sources of all we become. And what we are is the choice of what to accept and reject from those 3 avenues of threads of mind. Genetic mind, environmental mind that develops from the newborn to the death of the vehicle, and along with that simultaneous, they're all simultaneous together, is next level mind, which is also in the genetic code. But the next level mind has to do with taking over the vehicle. And like when the vehicle starts doing things that we recognize is not good for the health, mental or physical, of the vehicle, and even can be affecting other people in a derogatory way, mentally and physically, that the person asks for help, and regardless of who they ask for help and how they ask for help and in what direction they send that information, whether it's in like a prayer or a meditation, constantly over a period of weeks or days or months or whatever it is, all that is part of the picture. Their seeking help stimulates the next level to help them. But the next level does that by even sending spirits in the human kingdom to help them, if that's what is going to be the best help for them. And that could be in the form of whispering in somebody's ear, why don't you check up on your buddy over there? You know sometimes that they have a problem with alcohol, and so why don't you give them a call? And because you're concerned about them, the person is concerned about that person, okay? And so the next level takes that concern about that person as an asking if they're okay. I mean, I'm not saying that that's exactly the way it works, but I believe that's pretty darn close. That can work that clearly to where you don't get anything from the next level unless you're asking in some shape or form. Knocking on doors, asking and you shall receive, seek and you shall find. Were the three different examples that Doe gave through the Jesus vehicle. When he was doing that task, he being the mind that was in the vehicle called Doe, the older member mind. And so, well, I got to, I just kind of got off the thread there that I was following with a little bit anyway. So I'm going to go back to the chat room. Maybe it'll come back to me where all the dots, the T's that I didn't cross and the I's that I didn't dot. Now, at the same time, it's quite possible that the next level, well, even likely, and I can almost be 100% sure, that they knew that if what I'm saying is true, and that was stimulated by humans or the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls with their spacecrafts, or just as soul in the soul form, making suggestions to people, because they can do that. They can come with a spacecraft that's a nuts and bolts spacecraft. They can hide behind clouds, and then the souls can leave those clouds and be standing right next to humans to influence them. I believe that's 100% possible, and I think that's happened to me. And I think T shine a light on me or this area where I was when that happened, when I saw that kind of figure drift by me one time, that caused the hair on my neck to stand up when I tried to follow it and determined that and got a feeling that it went into the basement. And my vehicle was always spooked about basements. But I'm not spooked now. I can go to that basement all the time. And I can be there in the pitch black now, and I don't feel spooked about it. And if I do get a little bit of a spookiness sense, I tell it to just get the heck away from me. But I can sometimes feel it, like at my feet as I'm going up the stairs. This vibration, that there could be something terrible down there, and it could be discarnate, or it could be a Luciferian space alien fallen angel soul, because they can go a lot of places fast, to influence a lot of people at the same time. They don't spend necessarily much time on me. And I don't know that the next level allows them to spend much time on me, because if they did spend much time on me, maybe I'd be more of a bad example of next level behavior and ways than I am already. Which I'm not necessarily a terrible example of that. I think in some ways I'm a good example. But I know that I've got a lot to do that can greatly exceed where I'm at. Because, even saying good is not the right word for it, because none are good according to Jesus but their Father in heaven. But let me put it a different way. Because, the word good is also, when I tried to look at the real meaning of that word, because it's such a judgmental word, so to speak, the word that I could attach it to the best was like functional. But function can also be filled with joy in the doing of it. And happiness and challenges are involved in being functional, and because growth continues forever. As long as you're associated with the next level, as long as you've connected with the next level and graduated into the next level, then you have that. The vehicles can die. They make vehicles that are perishable, and they make vehicles that are imperishable, and they also make vehicles that are robots. And those perishable and imperishable vehicles can be, I don't know if some of them can be robots and some of them can be, well, some of them are robots and some of them are biological, growing on a vine, maybe like a type of plant material to where it's lightweight. And has different programs associated with it. Just like humans have different programs. We have a program to walk. That's why people that lose their legs or have to learn to walk all over again. They have to force, let's say they lose, half of one leg. They have to learn how to make that leg move again by telling it, okay, now move your leg, and, with that prosthetic, if you've got a prosthetic, and, and it's painful and it's difficult, and then do it again, and do it again, and do it again. I saw somebody the other day during my live stream that had a prosthetic leg, and it was being helped by two people on both sides of him. Or maybe it was a woman, the individual gender of that person. I think, yeah, that was a female vehicle. Anyway, not that that makes any difference, but see, that's a habit I have. I describe people sometimes by their gender. I don't believe that's a good habit. I mean, if somebody wants to know what somebody looks like, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe that, maybe identifying ourselves at all by gender is still holding on to some gender consciousness. And that gender consciousness needs to go. That doesn't mean that we're not aware of somebody being what we believe is a different gender. I believe that just means that we don't treat that person any differently because of their gender. And I know that sometimes with female vehicles, I treat them differently. Not all the time. I know I do that sometimes with people of African American, dark brown, even very dark, to even, what looks like black skin pigment. I treat them differently too sometimes, but not once I talk with them or something. It's like I have this. It's like a subconscious thing that triggers that I'm noticing somebody that's in a black vehicle, and I have this knee-jerk reaction that wants to either do something or not do something, so that I can know how to interface with that person on an even basis. But then as soon as I do it, even say hello or something, then that goes away. And it's like I'm talking to anybody else. I don't continue to, but some people probably continue to think, I wonder if this person is really who they say they are, or wonder if they're part of a gang, or who knows. Well, I'm not saying what they are, because there's certainly gangs like the Ku Klux Klan and these people that call themselves anarchists and Black Lives Matter becomes somewhat of a gang. And I'm not saying that there's something wrong with those. I shouldn't call them gangs, okay? Because that's like a detrimental way of describing people. So I take that back. Please forgive me for using that. It's a good thing I'm not running for office, right? Because you got to be politically correct on everything. And you could call them tribes. You can call them organizations. You can call them families. Mind families. But see, even though it can be a total positive for being a part of those families, those groups, those organizations, those movements, those in many respects, karma, returning, to coming back on the community because of past sins, like it was said in the Old Testament, that the sins of the fathers would be visited upon the fathers for 7 generations. Now, have we been 7 generations from the end of slavery? Well, no, I don't think so. Because it just took different forms. And of course now we've got slavery. The whole population is enslaved now. I mean, look at us. We got to do what we're told, or we can't work. If you don't wear a mask, you can't go to work in a lot of places. If you don't take their tests, to see if you've ever been exposed to COVID or not, then you can't work that job. You can't go to that school. You got to be quarantined. And if you got to be quarantined, maybe you also have to be contact traced. What people were you in touch with? Did you break that quarantine? This is all. The other thing that the WHO said that I started to talk about before was that they said that that it was good to get people to comply because then they would be doing the best things for the health of everybody. That's where they're coming from. So that we're not rebellious about it. But then they also said that it's also good that people can make their own masks and, to replace masks because all the masks end up deteriorating. And so you can become a mask company. Wow, I mean, there's so much, and yet at the same time, I think the next level knew that this was going to happen, and that they wanted for us to stop what we were doing, and wake up to a whole bunch of reality. A big jolt of reality. And that's why to wake up every day for months was like waking up and wondering if I was awake or if I was going to turn on the news and I was going to hear the same old stuff. And didn't even believe 100% everything they were telling me until I woke up enough to where I'm talking about like in that day, and I started to look at some of the alternative media that I had been looking at for years in many forms and in many departments in many ways. Not only and the real media, I mean not the real media, the mainstream media. And then it would occur to me again, oh yes, right, this is true. This is not right. And what are the signs of that? What are the signs of it being dishonest and deceitful? Because that's where the darkness is. The darkness is in the deceit, I think, the most. Now, they justified the politics. Politics is a conspiracy to only tell us what we need to know in order to live free and thrive in the ways that they determine are the beneficial ways to live free and thrive. Okay, so it's not like they have ulterior motives. It's like I said before, it's like you could have with the intelligence and all that. You can climb the ladders of a corporation. You can become the chief financial officer. You can become the chief executive officer and not having a clue of common sense about how to deal with a virus. You could have gone to the doctors. You could have graduated from college and medical school, been a practicing physician for many years, be the greatest brain surgeon, and still not have a clue on how to deal with this virus. Well, I shouldn't say clue. At that point, I think they have a lot of ideas on how to deal with the virus. So I take that back. But what I meant by not have a clue is that you can still be, even if you know of a lot of ways to deal with the virus, you don't necessarily know the order of priorities of what would be the better things and the worst things to employ for any one person, right? And so what the doctors are, they fill their schedules and they only have a certain amount of time for each patient, and they don't believe any differently much anyway is going to work for most of these people, even if they do believe in holistic medicine, which, that category is not like an absolute category that everything that's classified as holistic medicine is the best for your health. It's not necessarily. I mean, that's also filled with pluses and minuses, okay? But there's a lot of doctors out there that know that that Johnny and Susie aren't going to be changing their diets, that they've been going down this road for too long. So the best thing we can do for them is to tell them to go home and get some vitamin C in you, and get some sunlight, and get exercise every day, and try to stay away from certain foods that are allergy prone, or and they may know something about diets, and give them good dietary advice too. I don't know what each person, each doctor, and each little community is saying about things, but I do know that they're not going to do any better in an overall perspective than the Transfiguration diet. However, that company, whether it's the keto diet or the maybe I didn't pronounce that right, or the Pritikin diet. We were on the Pritikin diet for a while, a modified version of it, when T was in her vehicle. So T stimulated paying attention to our diet in a way beyond what her programming was, what her upbringing was, which would have included some of that influence from the next level to help direct people to being able to make good judgments about what diets are more sensible to have a payoff, a better payoff than other diets. And so someone like T would look at the scope of the diets that are being presented, because there's always been tons of diets being, written about and published and, talked about on the TV and through the food shows and, for years and years and years, for decades that's been going on. And so I mean, a lot of people, when they see all the different vitamins and they say this is bad for you, this is good for you, this is not good for you anymore. We used to think this was bad for you, but it's really not bad for you in this form. I'm talking about like cholesterol and things like that. But they're not really describing what forms it's better for you in, and whether certain amounts of it is good for you. I mean, it becomes so confusing that so many people just say, "Oh my gosh, I don't know what to believe," right? But then sometimes they think, well, okay, I'm not just going to do nothing, so I guess I'm going to try to figure some of this out. And they get into it more. And they get into it more, and then they experiment. That's next level mind. Reaching for the best that you can reach for in whatever you're doing, whatever it is on your tasks. On our tasks. And of course, there's a limit to, how much time and energy you're going to put into certain things without them being a waste of time and energy. I mean, I used to get kind of fed up a little bit with some of the class members. One in particular that was a dropout class member that's still alive, but I'm not going to give the name of the individual. When we were working in the lab together, and let's say we had to make a tuna fish sandwich for everybody, okay? And so we got to the end of the mayonnaise jar, and we had procedure to scrape it out with a spatula, one of those Rubbermaid rubber spatulas so you would get as much of it as you can. You didn't want to waste anything, but there's how many strokes you're going to do. To what degree are you going to try to get the last little tiny morsel of that? And I felt like sometimes, some of the classmates were like being too much of a stickler. But then again, they were trying to be thorough. And so I didn't have any procedure to say, okay, that's enough. Don't you think that's enough? The way I would have said that in the classroom would have been, I think we've cleaned that enough, haven't we? But I didn't really have to do that. But I just remember having the feeling of being impatient after a certain amount of time. Patience isn't one of my things that so far I've seen that I've had to overcome much of. I don't have that impatience with people or even with myself, because I really should be impatient with myself more than anybody else. But even that, we really can't even judge ourselves. But we can always improve. So judge ourselves, but don't, if that helps us motivate us, but don't judge ourselves in a way that we want to smack ourselves on the back, whip yourself, or put yourself in some circumstance to punish yourself or something. There could be a value to that. Okay, I'm not saying there's no value to that potentially, because let's say you said, well, you know what? Even though I think, you can eat ice cream sometimes, vehicle, because the last time you ate it, I noticed you were kind of gobbling it, like you couldn't get enough of it. So I'm going to punish you. So next time I'm going to make it so that you don't have ice cream. When maybe a more right thing to do would be to say, okay, I'm going to make a point to say, slow down, relax, and eat the ice cream. And if you feel like you had enough, don't finish it. Instead of thinking that you got to gobble everything that's on your plate, which I was taught that when I was growing up. I couldn't leave the kitchen if I didn't finish everything on my plate. Sometimes I didn't like the things on my plate. In fact, they would make me gag sometimes, like that tenderloin meat. That was like this fatty meat, they would call it. That was the name that they had for it, fatty meat. I don't know where it came from, but it was maybe from part of the pig. And we ate pork, but pork chops were expensive. But the fatty meat was cheaper. And my parents weren't well-to-do. We had everything we needed, to have a good upbringing. So I'm not faulting them, but anyway, but for us to force ourselves, to train our vehicles to say, okay, so next time you do that, you have ice cream, and you're not going to have it that often. You're going to have it when I say that it's about time for you to have it. That's like you're giving the sugar pill to the horse. And so you become the commander. That's the next level mind that you're developing. Now, it's not going to necessarily be about everything. Like, let's say you want to train your vehicle to, be a good well, the first example I have in my mind, which may be wrong, and maybe not a good example in Tiando's mind, is the fact that Tiando taught that making guns for the purpose of killing humans with was not in the next level's mind for humans to do. They didn't want humans to make those choices because they don't want humans thinking that there's a justification for killing other humans. There is no justification. There is a justification for a human wanting to end his own life if the vehicle was no longer able to learn lessons anymore because it's so racked with pain or they're on drugs, so many drugs that they don't have a mind that's really functioning. And so they get to a point to where they say, they're sad for their families seeing them in that condition, and so that they want to be euthanized. And so they can move to a state like Oregon where they have legalized euthanasia, which Tiando were in favor of when Gevorkian was being prosecuted. They were following him, that story. All of us were following that story. And they felt like Gevorkian was doing a good thing for people. With the medical community, they just assumed, for the most part, if it wasn't financial, they would keep people alive forever in order to, test stuff on them, or to study the way the brain works and what drugs they can give that person that might change their brain waves a little bit here and there, and who knows what, right? They love using humans as guinea pigs. I mean, that's all they have to use, really. I mean, they used to do testing on animals, but in there's new vaccines that are coming out, at least the Moderna vaccine, and also the one in London, in England, that's being developed. I forgot the name of it. But they skipped, well, maybe the London one didn't skip this. In fact, I think I heard that they had a big problem with ferrets dying from the vaccine testing of the coronavirus and getting sick. They were testing them on ferrets. But in the United States, the Moderna vaccine skipped human trials. Trump was just bragging about how they're moving so fast on a vaccine. So he's sold out. He's sold out on that score. Because that's not gonna be the solution for everybody. In fact, it's gonna create more problems than it's gonna fix. I predict that. That's my prophecy. But that's not from Tiando's mind, so if it doesn't come true, it doesn't mean anything. But I just got it wrong. So it's really not a prophecy. I want to take it back. I'm a stickler on these words for other people to use, so I should be a stickler on the words that I use. Because the prophecy has to do with the next levels inspiring somebody to tell the truth. frequently ahead of time from when that truth will be known as a fact. So, and that a false prophet, according to Moses, if that part of the Moses scriptures are accurate, was somebody that says that something's going to happen and it doesn't happen. Now, what if they say that in the future there's going to be more severe earthquakes than now? How do you know when that time frame is when that might actually happen? So how do you know how to look at that person as a false prophet until you don't? You know, right? So that's pretty a safe prophecy to make, to where you won't be declared a false prophet by that criteria. But a prophet is somebody that's speaking inspired by the next level. So anybody that stands up for Tiendo and talks to somebody else about Tiendo is doing the prophecy task. But it's not the prophecy task to where you're predicting the future, except for the fact of what Doe said was coming in the future, which includes the recycling, spading and recycling. We're more like in the spading time period now, where the weeds are being pulled up. And the weeds are even assisting the next level with pulling up one another's weeds. When you have a war, the weeds are pulling up the weeds. Now, if you were in the war, or if you still are in the war, then ask the next level for help to try to get out of it. Without putting your life in danger. And the next level will help you overcome any of the things that you did that were terrible towards somebody else. But you have to trust the next level for that. I'm saying have to because it may be, I think it might be impossible or almost impossible to get out of certain things because of the way that we end up, and all of us justify ourselves a lot of times in the things we do and believe in different times in our lives, so that we can regret certain things that we did, and nothing wrong with that, because that means that, you know, you're recognizing that, gosh, I wish I had a little bit more oversight of that, and then I wouldn't have even gone to that party that time where, you know, everybody was doing something that I didn't want to really do, but I got into for a while or whatever, until I saw what it was made out of, and I realized that I wasn't really deriving happiness from it that was healthy. And because of it, you know, my vehicle's breaking down for this reason or that reason, and I don't have any money for this reason or that reason, and people don't trust me anymore for this reason or that reason, or I don't even trust myself anymore. You know, it's like, so all the humans on the planet are potentially getting lessons. And even if they die tomorrow at 7 years old, it doesn't mean that that spirit or soul in that vehicle, if that's the way, depending on which way it went, didn't learn something. And at the next level would see that and decide, okay, you did about the best you could do with that circumstance, and so I'm going to put you in this saving place for a future opportunity. The mind of it, the spirit or the soul. Mind and spirit are synonymous in Tiando's way of speaking. But they use the term mind 90% of the time, maybe even 99% of the time, except when they were doing that kind of a comparison with the word spirit. But because the word spirit has that religious or spiritual connotation that's not, for a lot of people, it doesn't even mean what it originally meant, even when in the 70s. If you talk to somebody in the 70s about spirits, they thought you were talking about dead humans. I mean, I'm not saying everybody, but I had that experience with several people when I was living on the West Coast. One of them was taking pictures, and he had pictures of his war buddies, and he said that in this, can you tell which ones are deceased? And he said that this one, and I looked at the picture and I couldn't tell. But he looked at the picture and said, yes, see how these are faded? Only these certain pictures are faded? Now I'm thinking, okay, wow. I still didn't see it, but he saw it. He felt like he saw it. Now, I'm not that attuned to details like a lot of, some people could, how you can make a picture out of dots and stuff, and then you can show them in one way, they're flat on a piece of paper, but it looks like it's got dimension. And you look at it another way, and it looks like it's saying something in some language. And so, I mean, that's how the eyes can be equipped to see things in different ways, so that you could be wrong about the way you're seeing something that you think is very plain to describe as true. Getting full circle to the I could be wrong lesson. That partner would put in front of them when they say, I think that flour weighs 1 pound and 3 ounces. Like I was talking about before. So it would be the partner's job, if that other partner had asked them frequently for help to bring up anything that might not be procedure, if they said that about the weight of the flour being 1 pound and 3 ounces, and the other person wasn't an eye shot of it, and they didn't need that accurate of a determination of how much it was, if they were doing inventory, which we did sometimes, then the partner that was asked for help would be obligated to, at some point, maybe not at that moment, but maybe at that moment too. They could say right on the spot. They could say, are you sure of that? That's the way we did it sometimes. Are you sure of that? And that's like the clue of saying, well, I could be wrong, but I believe it's... And just by saying that, we're helping recognize that there's more to what is possible to be aware of that we're aware of. That's always the case. That there's more to be aware of than we're aware of. And because I'm not just talking about, is there more, if I'm a master builder of a widget, right, that only has 3 parts, is there always more ways of building that widget? I mean, I don't see it that way. I think that's kind of like taking it to an extreme. But, I mean, how many different ways are there to do a better job in how you put the toothpaste on your toothbrush? There's not. I think there's a limited amount of ways to do it that work. Depending on whether you have instructions on how to do that, which we did have instructions on toothpaste. We didn't do a full, big stream as big as the toothpaste, as long as the toothpaste bristles were. That was too much toothpaste. Just like about a ½ inch long, I think was. I don't remember exactly, but it was just enough. They didn't necessarily say by measure it. We didn't have any measuring tape in the bathrooms where the toothpaste was kept. So, Tiendo gave instructions, a lot of instructions, but never to that kind of a detail. That wasn't necessary. So they knew when too much was too much. And they wanted us to all grow to be flexible. Flexibility was a big characteristic of members of the next level. And that would include, like, being tolerant of somebody. Somebody's slower at doing something. Okay, so they're slower at doing that. Now, if that task requires speed, then that shouldn't be a task that they do until they can work up their speed. But some vehicles aren't going to be able to necessarily come up to speed with another vehicle in some things. And it doesn't mean that they're lesser. It just means that they've got another task that they can do and get growth from. There's a lot of ways of getting growth for all our different problems, all our different goals. All right, let me go to the next chat room. Joe Biden is an alien. Yes, I believe so. I also think Obama and Trump, and I'm not saying they are aliens. They are what I believe to be human biological entities that were produced by human beings that the mind occupying them came from the genetic mind that is programmed with all sorts of misinformation from the Luciferian space aliens. So in that way, they are alien. And in that way, we are all alien. Because we all have that mind in us. Whether we admit it or not, whether we know it or not, whether we can identify it or not. That's the way Tiendo were teaching. And that the object is to look at the vehicle as being like a glass vase, like that you put flowers in. But in this vase, there aren't any flowers, but there are 2 balloons. And those balloons extend a little bit outside the vehicle with their ends. Okay? And so that the part that blows up is inside this vase, both of them together. Now, that vase is filling up from birth with the mind from the human kingdom. That comes initially with a big dose from the genetic mind. That is, it's in every cell has some portion of the code that is affected by the mind that is actually traveling separate from the vehicle and influencing the vehicle. That is like is a root system as strong as a plant root system. And that root system is what feeds us all that we need to overcome. As we are going through life, that balloon is growing inside and around our body. around every cell. You know, I mean, to the degree that relative to that cell, that function of that cell. So you're not going to have certain things in heart cells that are in brain cells, but then there might be some kind of a relationship so that the brain cells are in communication with the heart cells, and that's why the heart beats, and that you can even have certain circumstances where you could be so filled with fear or sorrow or neglect or regret from failure or whatever it is, that you're so depressed that you just want to die, and you could just actually stimulate your vehicle to die, have a heart attack. And it talks about that in the scripture, as that during the end time, people's hearts would be failing them for fear. And I know somebody recently that was like 50-something years old, and just died, but they don't know why the person died. But I guess their heart just stopped. And they didn't have any indication. He had plans to do things the next day. He was, and this is a relative of my vehicle. Not one I know, but not really actually not a blood relative actually, but a relative by a nephew's wife's grandparents. So not really a relative at all, but I found out about it through my vehicle's brother, the dad of the nephew. So and I've heard of other, people have been talking about how the lockdown might be worse for the death rate than the virus. And that may be true. That may be true. It may take time for that to show its face. But, there's all kinds of people, physicians and things, talking about that, as if it is true. And it's actually got a name. That Robert F. Kennedy gave it. Well, I don't know if he came up with it, but he called it pathogenic priming. And it's based on the idea that some of the vaccinations stimulate people to get worse sickness than they would have gotten without the vaccine. Dr. Judy Mikovits talked about in her whistleblowing testimony in the pandemic movie that was banned by YouTube, but it's going around again now in a new install of it. It's called indoctrination. Interesting that word, indoctrination. That could actually be related to a crew in the next level, because Tiendo used to say that one of the ways that they had fun in the next level was playing with humans and word games and things, with words and numbers and things. And so it wasn't like, humans are looked down upon for making something out of a word or a combination of words, to mean something else. It could be that the next level, that's evidence of the next level doing things with the language among the human kingdom, so that we could talk about it now. And Tiendo taught that that the next level would do that and have fun in that way. But that fun is also functional, potentially. Even if it becomes functional as a talking point, right? All right, I'll go back to the chat room. So Joe Biden being an alien, like the other big politicians, Tiendo said that the space aliens they're souls, and so they're not restricted to vehicles anymore. Though they can't necessarily do certain things, but they can go places in the spirit world that that spirits that hadn't become souls can't go to. And it's sort of like that movie Ghost, where some of those ghosts didn't know that they could go right through somebody or right through the subway door wall. And so they were afraid to do it at first, but then somebody demonstrated it to them. And so then they could see that it could happen. And they would do it, and, it just would be what it is, okay? They went right through because they're a frequency structure. Now, I don't know if they can actually go through a human vehicle or not. I'm not trying to say that that's true, because I can't remember Tiendo saying that. But I do know that they gave us that ghost movie to watch and talked about that very subject. And so... getting pretty tired, folks. Hello, El Chazi. Welsh Dragon, hello. I realized I scrolled past a number of people's entries to their comments. My brain. There's no contest here, so there's no entries. Long time, glad to have joined. Tony Marino, yes, I remember your name or handle or whatever it is that you derived that name from, and from Facebook mostly, right? And yeah, for year two I remember it, but it's been a while. We're glad to have your participation back again. Then Tony says, Luciferian space alien fallen angel soul. Laphus. 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 Okay. Then Tony says, there were a few students with African American vehicles in the class over the years. One was a longtime student. His sister acted on Star Trek, right? Yes, that's right. And how was his vehicle personally? His vehicles personally. Well, yes, his sister was, I think, older sister, if I remember correctly. I'm not positive about that, though. And there was Lieutenant Uhura on the first Star Trek. And he was in touch with her several times when we did visits. And I don't know about those conversations or anything. I wasn't his partner if they made phone calls and things. I was on the phone with somebody regarding him. I was his partner at one point. I was his partner several times. His name was Destody, D-S-T-O-D-Y, which I think came from the original name that he took, being Destin. But for all I know, Doe gave him that name. I don't know for sure. Because Doe gave people names and didn't tell everybody about it, who he were giving names and who he didn't give names to. So he became Destin, like Destiny, I think. He felt like this was his destiny, which I kind of had that feeling too when I went to that first meeting. And what was he like? Well, a beautiful soul. I can't say that I ever had problems being Destody's partner, but I'm not saying that I was a good partner either. At the time, I didn't think I had any bias towards his vehicle's color. I don't think I do actually have that bias, but I am subject to the influences that would have me have that bias, and so when I see those influences showing up, either wanting to overreact to somebody in a positive way, or what I think is a positive way, or see them in a negative light, which happened. Both of those things happened. I replaced that with programming that ignores those thoughts, doesn't even necessarily hear them sometimes, and doesn't allow them to become thoughts sometimes. And but I didn't experience any of that in the classroom when I was his partner. But I know he had a problem with being, in a black vehicle with all these white students, fellow students' vehicles. I didn't know what problem he was having with it. It was between him and Doe, but Doe did bring it up a time or two, and said that Destody had that problem, and that he's working on it very hard, and that he's making headway on it. But like any problems, they come and go, and and that's part of the way that we grow. It's the next level even helps that happen that way, so that we're not totally overcome by a certain way of thinking, by getting breaks from it. Like I'm talking about substances and behaviors and substances I think they can be pretty much the same, except in how, they affect the body physically. But the mindset can also affect the body's physicality, like I was talking about before, being so afraid that I feel like I experienced a little bit of that one time many years ago, while I was re-awakening to the degree that I was awakening from being to the degree that I was asleep after leaving the classroom. Doesn't mean that I became awakened. We're never awakened. We're awakening. It's always a process. I believe. I think that's Tiando's teachings. Well, they talked about right from the beginning that this was a process. That was their word. It was a process of building strength, and that the biggest way that strength was being built was through strength of the mind, by exercising the mind's muscle, by adopting all the tools that Tiando gave us, and then applying them everywhere we can. And that's how we can grow the fastest we can grow. I don't know if itchy nose is like an allergy kind of thing. So, I don't really want to put my critique on students. Destody had his challenges, okay, and I had my challenges, and I think my vehicle did do some very subtle types of judgment of other students. And because I think my vehicle respected more the students that were given more responsibility and more contact with Tiando. Destody didn't have as much of that kind of contact. I didn't have much of that contact until around 1985, or 4 or 5. And then I began to have a little bit more. And a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, and quite a bit of contact with Doe. Not so much with T, but after T left the vehicle with Doe. And so I didn't know it at the time, but my ego was building on that. My human ego was kind of, but I don't know if it was really ego. Because when I was working with a student that didn't have that kind of exposure, I still respected that student and asked that student, told that student, to help me. Asked that student to help me if they saw me doing anything that was against, and I genuinely felt that way. And when we were doing a task together, and something didn't go right on the task, or according to the way the plan was, didn't mean it was right or wrong. But let's say it was taking a car to the shop to get an oil change or something, and during that they took the tires off and they saw that the brakes were getting low. And so this actually happened. And I think I was partnered with Destody at the time, actually. And I think it was at like a Goodyear dealer or some kind of a car dealership in Dallas area, maybe. And we had to decide whether to, we asked them whether it was a safety concern. And they kind of indicated it was. And so we talked among ourselves about whether we should call the craft because we didn't have instructions to get a brake job done. And so, but we got along really well together, I feel. And I don't feel like I ever disrespected him, and but see, my vehicle, see, when I left, I got more entangled in the human kingdom than I would have been had I never joined. And so I don't know if these, what I'm describing as this kind of racial characteristic, which isn't the same exactly with people that are Chinese or Irish or, German or, I mean, but I noticed I felt a little more connected to people that had a heavy New York accent when I would call them on the phone, because I had a tech support job when I was working at this company in California. That was a software company, and they were writing software for minis and for micros that was for real estate systems. And they had a lot of online support we were doing. And so I would be at tech support. People reporting the problems and trying to figure out how to identify their problem, how to duplicate it, and try to fix it. Because I was a programmer, so it was good to me to get the clear picture of what was wrong. And so I remember whenever I would get somebody from New York, I wouldn't think about it ahead of time. But just while I was talking to them on the phone, I would feel this liking them. I just liked them for their accent. I know that's strange because so many people think that's a terrible accent. And I used to get ribbed about it a little bit by the classroom. They had fun with me that. I would say, park the car instead of park the car. No, park the car would be the way you would say it in Brooklyn. No, not Brooklyn, in Boston. But let's see, what were some of the words that they were always ribbing me about? It didn't happen that often, and I didn't feel bad about it. It was completely, as far as I was concerned, I was completely playful. But I tried to change it so that I didn't say things in those ways, because that's not the way T and Do talked. That's not the reason, though, I tried to change it, though. I just tried to change it because it was different. And if we wanted to be different, then we had a problem in the classroom. Because the classroom was where you got rid of your differences so that you could become different for the first time by being a member of the next level. So all these little tiny differences are hardly at all differences. I think a lot of people know that. Although our programming triggers thoughts and things that then make mountains out of molehills. That happens all the time. And then the politicians then put it on their ticket. That they're going to fix this problem by naming this building with this new name. That's going to show that we respect your right to be dissentful about this, or your right to be upset about this. And I'm saying it in this way because that's the government. You know, they do things for show of goodness, not for the goodness sake. They want to be seen as being good. Now, I know that characteristic because I have that characteristic too, according to T. And that alone, if I didn't overcome that characteristic, would keep me off the spacecraft. Because they don't want people that want to be seen as good or functional or valuable or seen that way. They want people to be functional, be valuable, be able to do tasks and keep this thing going. Because the next level older members, they could do all the tasks themselves. But then they wouldn't get the joy of seeing new members doing those tasks and learning from doing those tasks. They could give an instruction on how to do something and say, now, watch out for this, watch out for that, watch out for this, watch out for that. And they could go on and on and on with a list of all the things to watch out for. But they don't do it that way. Well, sometimes they give some of them. But they don't give all of them. They wait to see what questions you come back with. And then what decisions you made when you had to make a decision when your older members weren't available, which is the case right now. So people that need to make a decision about something and they don't know how T and Do would think about it are going to have to take a chance on a positive. And they're going to have to grow to learn what a positive might be. I say might be because I'm not the judge of what the positive is in each circumstance that individuals run into. But that's what we're doing. It will be like a hit and miss sometimes. Because we can never be certain that we're second guessing what the next level older members would do unless we have an instruction. And even then, there might be an exception to that instruction that we're not able to see at that moment. And so we might be insisting on somebody acting a certain way based on this instruction. But we shouldn't insist. That's why none of this should be forced on anybody. Nobody should be told, in my opinion, that if they don't stand up for T and Do, then they're doomed to eternal damnation. That's not necessarily the case. Eternal damnation, all that means is that you get dissolved. You just don't exist anymore. Now, whether you have some memory of that or some kind of consciousness somewhere in some form, I don't know. I don't know exactly how that can work. Because they talked about eternal damnation, but the word eternal didn't have to necessarily mean forever. Because there is no real forever except for each individual that's experiencing it. And so we're all experiencing a degree of that right now, right? Well, not really. But because the next level is the only place where there's really forever. Let me say it that way. That's a more accurate way of saying it according to T and Do's teachings. And that's the future. That's the only future that we can have, like I started to say in the beginning of this live stream. Talk about future in the past. And talking about the past and going back to the past, I don't think is possible the way that humans are thinking about it. Like as if Soyoti could go back to the 1800s or the early 1900s before the vehicle was born. And this individual that was on the radio on Coast to Coast was saying that you can't go back further into the past than when the time machine that was made to take you back into the past was made from. Which I don't know that makes much sense at all. That the machine You can't go further back in the past. But what if going back into the past is a matter of your imagination, and you are actually just tapping into all the discarnates that lived during those times, and you were able to interface with some of them and get ideas about things and how things looked and how things felt. So you're doing a form of, well, remote viewing is potentially can have some accuracy perhaps. I'm putting all those qualifications on them because Tino talked about how well, that the past was like a Star Trek crew going to a planet where they didn't have any development, technological development at all. Not that they didn't even need it. So, I mean, to be looking at them as primitive would be totally wrong, because technological development comes in different forms. It comes in the mind form as well. And that's the biggest form it comes in, because that mind goes to the Chief of Chiefs and goes to all the members of the next level, and is living mind. It's force, it's power, it's development, it's the projection of the older members. Oh, yeah. See, I labeled this Thomas in the chat room. Hello, DJ Taconic. Thomas says in the chat room, did I miss his response to Crlody? And no, you didn't. But I didn't. I'm sorry. I didn't take the time to change this title. But I'll give you an update, though, on communication I've had with Crlody, which is only one-sided now. He's blocking my comments. He even said it in one of his comments. He said that he wasn't. I don't think he used the word blocking, but he wasn't allowing me to comment on his blog. That's the way I understood it. I don't know if he changed that or not, but that's as of a couple of days ago. And I probably saved all those comments so I can post them for people, because I didn't say, anybody that knows me and from years has seen me responding to Jason, which is the same individual as is Carlin and Crlody. And which I hope that's not something he doesn't want to be known. But I know on my comments on my live streams, that's been plainly talked about by a number of people, not only me. So I don't think that's something that he wants me to stay away from describing that way. But if he is and he finds out about it, I hope he updates me so I can use the proper names in the different circumstances. But because I'm referring to my YouTube videos where he has, in the name of Jason, had a lot to say about a lot of things that I say, and they're always critical, but I don't mind that. I can't say that I enjoy it. I'm certainly eager to listen to his point of view, and looking at the quotes that he puts that from Doe, because that helps me to do a better job. But if he was referring to things that aren't true, about things that he thought I said or thought I was implying, because he's got a very quick mind. And I don't have a quick mind like that. But that's not necessarily a good thing to have a quick mind. I mean, it can be something to overcome, like Crlody had to overcome that, and Crlody had to overcome that, and other people in the classroom. And they were among the 38. But what, why would you not let me comment? I mean, if I'm going to say things that are untrue, let me hang myself. You know what I mean? I'm not going to call them names because I don't do that. Sometimes I've been like close to it, and I've certainly written comments that I've edited before I sent them, which is part of the T&O procedure, by the way, with your partner or anybody else. If you're writing a note to T&O about a circumstance that you're upset about with your partner or whatever it is, then give it 24 hours before you actually send it to T&O. So that you can become more objective. They didn't say it that way, to become more objective. But so that you can respond more the way a member of the next level would respond. It's not disingenuous to write it one way and there's sarcasm in there or whatever it is in there, and then read it again, which is good to do in T&O's classroom as well, and think again about whether you want to say it that way, and edit it, and even take parts out. That doesn't mean that because those parts were there, those things were said, that they're always part of your mind. No, the process of overcoming the human kingdom is recognizing the things that we're doing that we don't like. We don't think are ways that members of the next level would do. We don't think that they are taught by T&O as being part of the classroom behavior and ways. And so we want to get rid of those things if we want to grow towards someday being in with the older members. Because when the older members come back, in whatever circumstance that is, however many thousands of years later it is, if it's thousands of years later, after the recycling, the more we learn now about how members of the next level act, from the major offense list and the lesser offense list in the Heaven's Gate book and the 17 steps, for examples, the better it is for us. The more we're going to recognize the same thoughts when they're given to us when we're with the older members. So when they say, okay, it's time to, we want you to not use any words for a while. But they didn't even say it that way. They said, the procedure is to stop talking. And you can just, if you want to decide with your partner whether you're going to make rice for dinner. This happened when we were in campgrounds, when we were making our own food. Then you can hold up the bag of rice, and your partner can see that you're holding up the bag of rice and say, yes. I mean, not even say anything. I mean, at first it was to say nothing. But that lasted for maybe a week. And then T&O said, okay, now you can use just keywords. So then you can say yes, no, or I don't know, with some of the keywords that they suggested using. And then talking became only talking about things related to our tasks. So if you were the co-pilot in the car with the pilot, and you noticed that the pilot appeared to be going above the speed limit more than was procedure to be able to do, which was 2 or 3 miles above the speed limit, was our procedure. That was allowed to break the law, by the way, because the human laws weren't the same laws for T&O. But the reason why we didn't go faster than that was because we didn't want to get stopped and get tickets, or even have an investigator have a path to us. But see, they didn't feel so strongly about that they made it so, that you could still go 2 or 3 miles above the speed limit and be within procedure. You could imagine that, if the government was making a rule like that, then they would, if they didn't want to get caught doing something, then they would say you can't do it at all. Right? I think we could probably find examples of that. It's all or nothing kind of thing with the humans when in their laws. I mean, they end up putting exceptions in there as they arise, and they have court cases, and they go through different thinking about them, and so they end up having exceptions. But a lot of times they don't have exceptions in the beginning. And I guess that's not different than the way that T&O give an instruction. They don't tell you all the things that are going to potentially come up. That could be exceptions to that, one way of doing something. But it doesn't mean that it's an exception in T&O's kind of instruction. But there are taking chances on positives when you think that there's an aspect to it that you don't know if the instruction covers it. So you take a chance on a positive on what you think DOE might do if you don't have the ability to call DOE and ask them if it's a task that DOE gave us directly. Let's say it's a task that DOE gave to, let's say, do an oil change on the yellow van. I don't think there ever was a yellow van, but the blue van, there definitely was a blue van at one point. And we used the colors to determine their names sometimes when we had different kinds of vans, or we would say a Toyota van. But we would never use the model. Wait, did we use it? Did we say Toyota van? Excuse me, my nose is so itchy. I'm going to get a middle name now, Sawyer Itchy Nose. You can give me an Indian name with those words, okay? Wow, I'm coming up on 4 hours, folks. I think I'm going to have to. So I can't actually tell you my responses. I did it in the last live stream. I did say more about that, quite a bit actually. But so this one I'm going to change the title so that it doesn't have that in it anymore, even though I just talked about it now in general context. Then Elchazi says, I tend to trust scientific consensus on most things. Oh yeah, there's plenty of things, I trust consensus on too. And then Elchazi says, anyone watching the new show, Star Trek Lower Decks? No, I haven't. Do you recommend it? I mean, can you compare it to Next Generation? Because maybe I should start watching that. Because T&O said that the next level uses movies. Now, whether they're still using Star Trek or not, I don't know. But there can be a lot of carryovers in things that they used them for in the past. Hi, Kathy, Southwestern. I don't know if you just got in here because I just finally got to the bottom of the chat room. I mean, to the most current entries. And I'm about ready to pass out, so I think I need to call a close to this live stream. There were other things I wanted to talk about. I know I end up rambling. Like, it was interesting to me to hear the name Rockefeller, and knowing the way that he kind of abolished the holistic community of medicine, and including homeopathic use, that Doe did use in the classroom sometimes, homeopathic remedies. And the word Rockefeller is rock, E, and fella. And how a fella was, I think, like a Nephilim kind of person, like a giant in the Old Testament parts of it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's been my impression. So I wonder if that's not accidentally related in the way that Rockefeller took over so much and steered the country in this real putting allopathic medicine on a pedestal to the point that now I don't know if you all saw that list of bills put before the New York legislature on requiring people to be vaccinated and children, and it's like about 8 different points, 8 different bills. At this point, it's criminal, in my opinion. I'm not saying vaccination technology can have value and doesn't have value. The technology comes from the next level. But some of what they're doing with that technology is not necessarily from the next level. I don't know if there's a certain amount of mercury in the brain that for some people can even be helpful. Maybe if you had a problem with your genetics without the from a deficiency in mercury, if there's such a thing to that, that if you ate some tuna or something that had some fish that had some mercury in it, maybe it would improve your mental capacity. I don't know. I don't know if that's, I wouldn't say, take my word for that, for sure. But I did notice that somebody I know who had problems with math, big problems with math, and adding and subtracting and after eating quite a bit of tuna fish, when they didn't have it for a long time before that, according to the way they described it to me in their lives, was able then to do mathematical problems a lot better. Now, I don't know, and that person doesn't know if that's because of any mercury that might be in the tuna. But tuna was discontinued in the classroom, and it might have been because of the mercury. But for a number of years, we had tuna in part of our diet as a lunch. Maybe once a week, or we also had a lot of peanut butter and jelly. And see, I can't eat peanuts. Well, I can, but in their natural form I can. But if they're rancid, I don't know. I'm not positive that I can't eat them. But I had some digestive problems years ago before I got Lyme's disease. And I don't know if it was related to taking antibiotics at the dentist office, because they required me to take them, because I reported that I had a heart murmur. So I get these pains in my side, and I would massage them, and they didn't really help that much. But when I get out of my system, then I seem to be okay. Wow, I feel like I'm repeating that story from about a month ago on a live stream. Star Trek Lower Decks. I'll have to maybe subscribe to it. I just don't want to spend any money on it. It's probably something that's a package deal, right? To get. Okay, now I got the hiccups. I don't have an itchy nose anymore. And I'm still about to fall asleep, so I want to call this a night. It's been a pleasure to have participation in the live stream, and I hope we get to do it again. And I know things can change suddenly, and we could have blackouts. We could have internet being down. Who knows what ways the lower forces are going to play with us. I don't think the next level is going to do that, but I imagine they can. Well, I'm sure they can. And they may be holding it back. Maybe humans will be doing that anymore. Good night, El Chazzy. And good night to everyone else that's still hanging in here, even if you're only been hanging in here for a few minutes, because I only see the current users, but apparently there were 56 playbacks. So a few people are coming in to at least touch base a little bit. Maybe see if I have anything really interesting to talk about, which I don't think I did really. Except for the way that I started off with saying that Biden, was talking about going after Facebook for leaving unchecked and allowed disinformation to run rampant in 2016, not doing it again in 2020. That's like saying, we want more censorship, right? Because who's the one that determines whether it's true or not? We have to be the ones to discern what somebody is saying might be true or not, and we can use our past experiences to try to get a feeling for that, and then we can do research if we have the time, or we just put it on the back burner what they say, and see what else comes up about that. And then over time, I think we'll sort it out. Each time, there are challenges in that regard. So, but censoring somebody, and removing their things from YouTube and all that, it's just, to me, it's just evidence, very strong evidence, that they've got something to hide. So good night.